Hi, everybody. We got a little bit of bad news. Just hang tight. I had to come in on my phone because, I guess a couple of things happened. So when I last left you, I was like, no biggie. I'm just gonna chill out a little bit, and I accidentally fell asleep. That's number one. So while that happened, apparently there was an update to the computer and it's restarting and I'm almost there. Then I'll come in on I'll come in on the computer and we will stream. We'll be a little bit behind, but that's okay because then we can kind of skip through the 20-minute break, which is nice. Um, Honestly, I don't know what woke me up, but I'm glad that I did because I think I was actually even just late getting the live even started. So that's problematic. So, yeah, that's what's happening. So, anywho, that's what's going on. And yeah. So I guess what's on tap for this afternoon's session, I suppose at some point we're going to get to Maria. I don't know because, gosh, can you imagine if, like, I don't wonder how much longer her cross examination is going to be because it's already been all morning long, which I guess really wasn't all that long if you really think about it, because I guess they came on at about, I guess, 9:30 their time. So 10:30, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30, about 4.5 hours. So about 4 hours because they took a 20-minute break. All right. So it was 4 hours in the morning. And then I am curious to see how much more it will be, how much longer. I mean, they're going to go through everything. But I will say this: one thing that I feel like about the way that Dorothy conducted her interview is, and I do understand to an extent her need to do this. There was a lot of reassuring of Letecia, which that I understand to an extent because if she conducts her evaluations differently than like Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray did. And the way that they did it was they, obviously they administered some tests, right? But they also, there was also a lengthy portion where, Letecia spoke. And, the question was asked, about like what led up to this and all of that. Oh, you're welcome, Joan. No, you didn't miss anything. You didn't miss anything because we're waiting for my computer to finish restarting. Now we're all the way at 30%. Oh my gosh, this is annoying. Come on, computer. Anywho, so if you haven't done so already, if you could please give your girl a thumbs up, I would really, really appreciate it. It helps to keep me in the algorithm and all of those good things. And, it's just a nice way to support your girl. And it costs nothing. It's completely free. So then, so anyways, but what I noticed a lot about it was, um, and you could tell that Letecia, that her body language and just her overall being, as it were, is completely different in this interview, I found, than compared to the one with Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. She wanted to explain things to Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray. But what I noticed in this one, that's like with that interview, it was her just explaining everything. With this interview, there was quite a bit of her sort of, how do I put it? What I noticed, I guess more like, there was some arguing back and forth. Not really. I wouldn't actually say arguing back and forth because I don't think that Dr. Lewis argued. What I'll say is that it seems more like Letecia was sort of argumentative towards um, towards Dr. Lewis, which I found interesting. It almost felt like she tried to she wanted Dr. Lewis to explain things to her about what she did that day, which was not what Dr. Lewis was there to do. Um, so I'm a little bit confused, and I kind of can understand if that's. I wonder if Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray had not administered tests to Letecia, and all they did was listen to Letecia talk. If I don't, I think they would have still diagnosed her the same way that they did, right? And I think they would have also well, I guess, no, they wouldn't have diagnosed her, but they would have come back probably with the same rendering, meaning that, Letecia was sane at the time of the crime. And so what did you do? What did you do, Nadine? What's too, I don't know what that means, too much gray in here, because I'm on, anyway, well, I'll find out when I open. Oh, Nadine, you gifted memberships. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you. So, oh, she gifted 5? Oh, Nadine, that was so sweet of you. Thank you so much. So anyway, I feel like they would have come back with sanity, but I'm just curious if they would have, I don't know, it just seemed like Dr. Lewis was, just from the parts that we watched, kind of, for lack of a better word, a little bit steamrolled by Letecia. She's the one, hey Jojo, she seems like she's the one who was actually controlling the interview. And I have to say also there were moments in the exam between her and Dr. Torres and Dr. Gray where Letecia was absolutely running the show. I gotta give oh wow, Law Nerd Amber, that's awful. Like, Google got you locked up, locked down, huh? I'm waiting for this. Yeah, we're gonna watch the trial, Mama Bear. I fell asleep and my computer updated and I'm waiting for it to finish restarting. It's, coming and we'll be there. But on the bright side, we are going to be like a little bit behind, but but that is good because we'll be able to skip through the 20-minute break in the afternoon and get right into it. So that'll be good. So I'm sorry. I gotta, that I did this. I didn't sign up for an update. I have no idea what it's doing. So I just have to be patient and, uh, and do all of that. Oh, welcome, Riddler. Welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hold on. Oh, Ava, thank you. I don't know what it's doing, why it's taking so long. I've never had it take this long before, and it's really driving me bananas. I know that it's completely updated, so it's not gonna like interfere. Sometimes it'll freeze when it's updating, but right now it's trying to restart and install. So I guess that's what it's doing. So, yeah. I'm glad you can be patient because it's already driving me nuts. I don't like this. I'm trying. I wonder if there's a way for me to share. Let me look. Hmm. All right, hold on. I think I know of a way. I wonder if I didn't even mean to snooze, Teresa 221. That's what happened was I got off of the live with you guys. I went and had a cig. I refilled my water, and then because I don't even know what it was on. I think it was on the Valo trial from yesterday. And I was like, I'll just listen to the audio, and I just was sitting here, and the next thing I knew, boom, it's freaking 3:20. And I was like, "Oh my gosh, it says 96% there. Please keep your computer on." So hopefully we're not going to have to go much longer. So, but yeah, um, I don't even know if the Valo, what I was even watching from the Valo trial. I know it had to be something from yesterday, but yeah, um, I just can't imagine how much longer do you guys think that the defense is going to, or the prosecutor is going to go on cross, and then how long do you guys think the redirect will be? And then do we think Letecia, this is the biggest question, right? Do we think Letecia is going to um is going to hang on, is going to testify? I'm very curious. Hold on. I think wonder if I can do it through my tablet, if I can share my screen, because this is going very, very slowly. Let me see something real quick. Let me just check something really quick. Hmm. Mm-mm. No, it doesn't let you do it on this either. Poop. Mm-mm. Okay. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me see something here. I don't think it's gonna. Oh, I'm 100% there, so it shouldn't be that much longer. Just a few more minutes, I think. Hold on. All right, this Well, that was weird. Um, so anyway, I, even if she were to testify, I don't really think that there is anything in in the world at this point that she could say to a jury that is going to change their mind about the Google. Um, well, I mean, I don't know if it's just updated, Corinne. I don't know. Oh, wait, hold on. Let me look and make sure I even read your comment correctly because I'm outside and it's bright. Let's see. Oh, thank you, Corinne. I appreciate that. Anyway, I don't know what a Grendel is. I have no idea what that is. I'm not very good with pew pews, to be honest. I don't really know anything about them, is what I should say. I mean, I know how they work, obviously, but I'm not like, you know, I couldn't like identify the type of pew pew by looking at it, that's for sure. And I don't have my hubby home. And I want to tell you guys, so tonight, I decided that I wanted to keep it sort of the same as we have been doing it. So I will stream through the afternoon, and they've been ending at about 7:15. Although I have to say, today being Wednesday, they might end a little early because they're off tomorrow. And then I will be over on Alex Erickson's channel. It'll be Alex Erickson and I and Crime Curious. And then Thursday night, we're going to do a recap of Valo. But I want to tell you guys that expect that live to be kind of long because we found out quite a bit of like bombshell, revelations. Like we know now whose hair the hair in question at the time of the pretrial, the one that Chad wanted to be tested, right? Now we know the results. We know whose that hair belonged to, but more than that, we know who they compared that hair to that they found on JJ or on the duct tape, which in my opinion, I think is kind of telling. So that's going to be tomorrow is going to be kind of a long live because we have so much to go over with Valo. And I mean, Allie and I have been so busy with the Stauch trial because, they'd read, Dr. Lewis and, the testimony. And, Monday was a huge day. I think learning those Google searches, what the contents of those were, particularly not just what they were, but when they were, was very, very important. And I think also, the text messages. There was a lot to go over this week with Letecia. And I know that Allie and I have talked a lot about it and what we really, really, really want to do. Oh, the jury just left the courtroom. I wonder what happened, Fern. I am so sorry, you guys. I so greatly appreciate the ones that you guys that have stayed because of this. I cannot believe my computer did this. It's not really the computer's fault because it does it whenever you it'll pick a time to update outside of active hours. And at the beginning of my YouTube career, my active hours as far as streaming were always at night. And so it picked during the day to do it. And unfortunately, I just happened to need it back. I only needed like an hour. So it's done that. So anyway, that's what it's doing. And hopefully by the time, now that I'm done with my SIG, hopefully when we go back in, it should be all good and started, and I can just enter the studio and everything will be fine, fine, fine. And I can share the screen and no big deal. So, yeah, wonder why they left the, see, and this is even better because they've left, and whatever is going on, we're going to find out. I don't know if they've turned the WebEx off because obviously I can't see, but we'll find out, and we'll be able to skip through that too because we'll be so far behind. So maybe this worked out quite fortuitously, as it were. Let me see what this computer is doing. Oh, yay, it's ready to go. All right, so let me get over here and do all the things real quick. Let's see. So yeah, anyway, what I was starting to say is one of the things that Allie and I have talked about is with, as it pertains to Lori Vallow, that trial, as I've gone back at night and listened to the audio from the trials, what I have noticed is there's a lot of, like, kind of like Letecia, there's a lot of things that have come out in the trial during the audio that we sort of kind of heard about in the interim, and the pieces are getting put together, dots are getting connected. And so I think once Letecia's trial is over, Allie and I are going to do a more thorough analysis, as it were, of Lori's trial, because I think that we think it's important, and we don't want anything to be missed. But also, it's going. I'd really like to go over it more in depth because Chad has a status hearing, and if I'm not mistaken, it's the 4th. And the only reason I remember that so well is because May the 4th is Star Wars Day. Obviously, May the 4th be with you. So I remember it. And they're taking oh, wow. Okay, so Fern says, thank you, Fern, for your reporting. All right, Fern says the doctor has been looking through her papers on her lap, handed some to the defense, and the prosecutors lost their mind. Court recesses for 15 minutes now. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Oh, boy. See, when she does things like that, there's a part of me that's like, Dr. Lewis, like, are you new to courts and testifying? Are you new to this process? Because it almost seems like, in a way, you're kind of like sabotaging yourself a little bit, ma'am. So I'm very confused about, come on, what are you doing, computer? Some of her, the things that she's doing, like, for example, handing papers. She's still on the stand. She's still the prosecutor's witness, and yet she's handing papers to the defense. That's so odd to me. Why would you do that? Why would you even think that? We're gonna play it. We're gonna play it. Don't you worry. I'm getting right over there to it now. All right, hang on. Let's see. We're gonna catch it. Don't worry. And then we'll be able to skip through a 15-minute break. So that's good, because we're going to be behind. What is this thing doing? All right, hold on. Let me do it like this. Hmm. I don't know what this thing is doing. Oh my gosh. Oh, there it goes. Okay, finally, finally, finally. I don't know. StreamYard's been acting really weird lately. Okay, I'm going to mute so I can come in on the computer. Okay, but I don't want to leave because I don't want it to accidentally end the stream. All right, be right back. Hey, well, looks like StreamYard's being real sometimey today, so let's go, because it's not my computer, it's StreamYard. Must be a lot of people using it. I don't understand why this is taking so long, you guys. I'm really sorry. At least they're on a break right now. Hang on a second. Let me see what's going on in the courtroom. I'll give you guys a play-by-play. Hang on. I'll put it on the TV. Hold on. Let me find it. Oh, I forgot to even put a thumbnail. Oh, my goodness. Where is it? Here we go. All right, they're not even back. We still got 3 minutes. Maybe by then, StreamYard will work. Because this is ridiculous. Hang on. Yeah, I don't know what this is doing. It's driving me nuts. Let me see. We've still got a minute and a half. Hang on. I don't. I think my computer is possessed. Well, first of all, I see what it's doing. Sorry, you guys. I don't know what's happening. I don't know why this is taking forever. This should be faster than ever since it's an update, for Pete's sake. What are you doing, Chrome? Ava, we gotta hurry up and wait. Okay, I need to learn to breathe. I mean, obviously, I must be breathing on some level because, hello, I I I haven't passed out. I'm trying to look at the chat and try to figure out what happened or what's going on and what an impact or if any there will be. But I can't. I can't. The chat's going way too fast. Although I will say, there is a person in the chat that is called Cahoots, which I think is funny. And although the countdown is gone, they're still not back live. So I have no idea. I don't know what is going on. But let me see what you guys are saying. Aw, thank you, Tess. Thank you. I appreciate that. You guys are all so sweet. I'm so much harder on me than you guys ever are, and thank gosh for that, because if you guys were as hard on me as I am on me, whew, I might be better at things, honestly. It might force me to be like, yeah. I wish I knew what is going on, like, because they don't have the WebEx up, but I really do wish I knew, like, just to be a fly on the wall, because I feel like if she did that, there's gonna be some arguing, right? It can't be good. And so, see, it's like saying that I'm in there, but on my computer it's not. That's what's weird. Hold on. And then it also says that my devices aren't connected. So, hold on. Okay, okay. Gary to the rescue. Thank you, Gary. Problems with evidence not seen or lost. Looking through Dr. Lewis's stuff, checking who's got what on at this late hour. OMG. That's crazy. That is absolutely crazy. I've never seen anything like this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, StreamYard is acting up on my computer and I don't know what it's doing. Like it doesn't want to find the microphone. It doesn't want to find the camera, which you only have to have access to the microphone, really. And the camera has something to do with I don't even know what. Let's see what this does now. Hopefully, this will go smoother. There it goes. There it goes. Okay. Whew, I think. Hmm. Yeah, there it goes. All right, I'm going to leave. Thank you, Odd Zombie. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, guys. Woohoo, we're in. But the stream on YouTube has not started, so I am very curious what is. I mean, we now know what's going on. Now they're going through paperwork and notes and evidence and seeing what you know the defense has versus what the prosecution has, and I am just like, whoa. All right, hang on. That's crazy. Wow. Wowie wow wow. I mean, this is really messed up for it to be, first of all, in the middle of this isn't like she just started testifying, right? Like she's been testifying already all morning. And I will tell you that that from what I'm seeing from the law and crime chat, that if people are saying that this is something that the defense did, it was done intentionally. I don't know if I would go that far, but it's not doesn't really bode well for. All right, they're back. All right, let me add it to the screen.
record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports.
Hey,
Okay.
Gail, good to see you.
Okay.
All right, let me.
With copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here. So we'll leave it at that. And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini, and also let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
I appreciate that, you guys. Thank you.
Doesn't have one of our start copying.
Yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If your phone is, if something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway.
Your Honor, yes.
You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back in the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. And it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One
Perfect.
will get to us. We'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Copy. It's essential that they be copied in color because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. Absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now.
Oh,
Let's bring the jury back in.
Yes. Tell it, Your Honor. Tell it.
See if you can see if we got any response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay.
Uh-oh. Somebody's in trouble. I wonder who's acting a fool in the courtroom. I mean, you cannot act like this. You have to behave. Court is serious. People's lives are in the
Right.
Sorry, Your Honor. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Thank you. May I be seated? Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tony and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stout, correct?
Not yet. You know, because I don't know what there is there in terms of interview. Those documents.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stout? Yes or no?
I gave them to you, yeah. They are there, but they haven't.
You know, at this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tellini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that was documented and turned over to this attorney, and that was in there. And I think that's a little bit of the is as far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Excuse me.
Ever signed there, or I had was turned over to Tellini to be copied and shared with you.
I approach a witness.
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you taken a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with. But you have a question about it.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure. Do you
Because
recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication of mine to
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday and whether or not you had knowledge
No.
that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
OMG.
To my mind, it was not simply dropping, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Tellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the word.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
No, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr.
my
Lewis, the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is sent to him. But-
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection.
Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and call the EEG, we'll address it at a later time?
Oh my gosh, you guys. All right, I'm going to mute.
If we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important, it was just organizing in my head, it's most important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I say it can be addressed again. I did not think of
Okay.
that thing withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request to withdraw it. I said you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve the document from the case? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Letecia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that time that was most important. But this was not something that I was going to, I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that, Mr. Delaney had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
And I'm gonna ask that be,
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis?
It gets-
I'd like, Dr. Lewis,
Hold on.
please stop.
Wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're gonna play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay. And so for the record, we're gonna play People's Exhibit 732. We're going to start at 1 hour and 7 minutes and 8 seconds and end it at 1 hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're going to play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
Date of it again, please.
It's November 16th in the afternoon, 2022.
Sorry, we got the screen.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that? She said that she didn't know who you were. Who was it? Yeah. That's because you know, Taylor, I will break out. You do not know. Because sitting on Taylor, but I can let her know. Okay, you just put T there, Taylor, baby TA, it's also a Tyler. And here is the ginger, right? Let's with a left knee. What's he doing? What's he doing? And so, Taylor, that's why you said with you. What's he doing? This one. She's a left. Okay, you said you need not to know if you feel it's all. Yeah, but, then you see right there? Yeah. From that, and then you see the left hand, because, you Taylor are right. Mhm. Just, you know, and you said, Taylor, okay, two, oh, I don't need to play favorites. One on your own important. Important. And each of you, seeing to the teaching. And we also vote yes. So, yes, it's not. Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she has to anyone. Those who said that was that, that's so Maria said she'll come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Letecia can only talk to her, not me. Letecia. Yeah, but I can talk to. Yeah. Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can, because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I'm saying? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. So, yeah, so that's why you see that I need help with Maria, because I think that Maria is a lot more organized than Letecia. Right, see, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments. I mean, she is like, because I'm like the good, not the bad. Letecia is the bad. You see what I'm saying? They go like my better. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying? You do a lot more. Yeah. She don't always agree with good. What you say is. Right, okay. Well, I just need to get good. Let's, do good to people, do right by me. You think sometimes I'm for crap? No, I'm saying, I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so she thinks some things are good that they don't. Right, and so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me. Well, yeah, so seems to me that sometimes we think it's good. See, to be the strong do fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right. I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate, do good to people. What happens when you temper? So that's what happens to them. And then you take over, and then takes away from like the good part of Taylor. I love the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them. You can know what to, like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how are you guys doing? They don't even know it's you. Oh, and they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be mean, but then I can take it if they're like that. I'm not scared of it. What sounds very good to me? Help on the street. And being good. Even if you want to ask them, you're well, you can change your mind. Maybe what happens? Taylor, strong to Maria Taylor, someone signed Taylor and Maria, but it's not there. I did Maria sometimes Taylor, because you see it's laying for stuff. You can go. Where? And with you. Taylor, we're mixed again. Okay. So what happened was, did you want to tell you what happened? Or? Sure. Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020,
I had, reported Gannon missing because he was,
You had none of these. I had, so it was January 7th, 2000. So you reported that he was missing.
because because I was calm at first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. Thought that he was just in like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot. He would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that just the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like not yet.
I was not there. Suddenly it already happened to.
No, nothing had happened to him.
But we saw that
After what?
and you were there. It's
Right, he was missing.
it was
He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing.
he was what was it?
Guess he left the house or he was hiding, I'm not sure. That's why.
I need to know. I think all of you, right now, talk to everyone. Talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to, you're going to do a TCM. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting help. Not always so that. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to them.
Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going or?
What much told you? You're there.
So as we heard, I'm just keep going. I'm just gonna keep going. So, he was missing and I called that I really started to panic after a couple of minutes. That's when I started to get worried. Cause I realized that it started raining, it get cold outside.
And then after, when was the first time that he was blood. When he was dead. And do something.
I did try to bring it back and started praying over him and trying to bring him back to life.
That when
He come back.
where was he lying?
Oh, in my
In your arms. Where had you found her?
I don't remember where I did. Just I don't know.
So you know he was in your arms.
But if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that because he wasn't supposed to die.
He was not supposed to.
No,
I didn't. No. What was supposed to? Was it supposed to July? No. So someone had made one person that she something else. No. What was what was the idea? What
Was not supposed to be him.
it wasn't supposed to be.
It wasn't supposed to be.
Was it supposed to be?
But then our, it was.
Yeah, what did you think it was?
I'm not a monster, okay? I'm not a monster.
It's going to be any.
I'm not a CNN and I heard people thinking that I just mass murderer, that just killed someone, right? And about them scanning.
Okay.
Under no circumstances, I think you just can't have all this.
Were you doing something? It's a hard. Did you something what was your? It was for me. It looked like something. Oh. You know,
You don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was scanning. I never knew it was him.
which is just.
Someone was in the home, we don't understand. Someone was in the home, right? Yes, they're in the home. Yeah. Someone big, okay. They're going to protect everything. They're going to protect everything. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone.
Everyone was looking for his phone.
There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What did you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cage, okay? So all I did,
All he did is grab the gun. And what happened?
I saw someone who looked like they were in the cage and I fired the gun. That's what I did, okay?
All he did is
You
grab.
don't understand, I had to protect the people that were in the house, okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know, didn't have a safety, I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do, I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? I'm trained to kill. That's what I do, but trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do, I kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt me, I'm trained to kill, okay? That hurts the people that I care about, okay?
So you killed. Trained to kill.
Yes,
Yeah, that hurts. You didn't care.
yes, and that's what I did. So I go home. They had a cape on, they look like a dangerous man.
And so it's
A dangerous man. Man, yeah.
even.
I'm a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go.
This is you old.
Yes.
And then.
what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Oh. Take it out, that's what I do. Go get the camera, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I got immediately. I got immediately after I did my job. You I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you'd done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Letecia and family and for deserves. Because Letecia, her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Letecia's family. Really? Who was it? Letecia's son was missing. To protect them, which is what I do. She was upset. Everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset. Everyone was crying. That's what I do. And then I left. I don't know what happened at the who did this? If I deserve the federal police, what? If I deserve the police, I have to know these. I'm just double up. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just try. Need money. Media functions. Maria. Maria's function. It's Maria's function. Each time you say, you know what I think? I think you let me say with your it's not that you want to know it's invisible. You know, yep. I have jobs to do. I do job that are usually only what is this yet? Maybe you should come to I was a perfect. For which? Who do you try to support? Us. You just see people. I don't have to forget. No, you don't answer me. I'm just trying to. I'm also trying to. I think you can tell. I don't think you would. But I'm too. I'm working my ass off to help with this. It's a very tough, you know. Because if you're letting strong arm it. So. Right. This is very much. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not for you. Even my cabinets when I try to play this. I don't copy them. I don't copy them. You don't do that or you don't like them. I'm not. You don't can't see this. Well, you just tell me. You just know. The favorite.
a neighborhood, times a neighborhood.
Very strong hand.
You see it. I think we all have a fantasy that I'm strong. And everyone help me defend about
Do you need anything else from me?
you needing
Do you need anything else from me? Do you need anything else from me?
no. Absolutely. You helped. And you got rid of, well, look to you like something is very Letecia. You shot from the very day. And the person where it was went down. And if they left.
The job done, correct,
Job, well, the job wasn't really done, because as I understand it, I haven't seen.
and then I have to go about it.
How do you feel so not, never that, no,
I do it every time,
but in general,
multiple times.
like.
To go.
Yeah, so.
What did you do?
So. Well, you had to bring it in, so, and. I certainly not. I don't have any contacts, so I stuff. So you don't just work for the Letecia?
Okay. Then I had to protect her before Mexico.
You did,
I had to protect her before Mexico.
you did,
I did.
you protected for us. Wow, how old was she? When you first,
My days is different.
you're what?
My years are different than yours.
How old are you?
28.
You're healthy,
28.
28. So, she was without you. So 11 years old.
I'm always 28. I always felt this way.
Yeah, she's 39. So, for 11
My years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try.
imagine her mysticals. Yeah. Yeah.
They're different.
So, you have been doing teacher protector for a long time. He cried for what was happening to her when we protected.
Who's going to see this information?
Please.
I don't see anyone else.
What?
I don't see anyone else.
I did not without her permission. Her permission. And I will to the talk about, would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is?
Sure.
Yeah. So they will do that. And, I think, I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like, if we use this, these would only be in Letecia's favor to get Letecia's help and some maybe some shade if you do. We're probably going to use them. We're going to do that.
No, absolutely.
Yeah. Take a look over there. Got a group there.
And I see that.
Yeah. Seriously, and it told me. So, you know, just one of the things. You've been very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself? Or you spray?
No, I'm very good.
You are, this is what I do. Well, you do it, I know you're very brave to trust us. But we will only use what we talk about. General. And if I help the team I
Just stays there.
think 5 minutes. We worked pretty hard today. We should take a rest for maybe an hour or 2. Let's go back into it. And let's move. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see. 2 or 3. I do need the promise.
It only passes it. Okay, so I have a request.
I know I would like you not to hurt me and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you think this means whatever, tell me. You only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you know who they are? You should talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let me read you.
Yeah.
And she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling. He, I hope, was really, was, and they guessed, and that, but I would, and I would, he was so. Yeah. Okay, why don't we take a, Maria, I have something that I'm very to do. To the lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes.
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize.
Well, running the camera, Dr. Lewis, he's going out the door when the camera shuts off. What does your son do in the interview room?
Particular interview, he had asked, when we at her, and, I'd asked her. Could have been. No, I didn't.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first degree murder and bring your son along?
Stand it. Here. Cameras be on us and that there be company. With that. And I had said I'd like to have them on. I think it was Josh who told me have to.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
Was asked to run, if he knew how, could he run the cameras?
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
You don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the character they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria, her expressions change, she looks different, she sounds different, she does different things, she protects. That if there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, so you're saying that Letecia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not, I knew the truth. You did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth, and her identity and who she is with.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on the papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that there's down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was at different.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may, they may be there. It might be, and they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
When there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, on again, off again, perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
It does not make logical sense, and not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Have to then follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything, or her expression change. You saw what this person said, change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that, say, this is this
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I am
Okay?
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't.
Oh.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating of multiple necessarily in his here. No, he did not see.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna-
he did probably, but no, it was not a wonderful.
Can we agree to disagree on that? Please.
See the first game.
All right, we're going to go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, and I want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and.
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably going to take a break in about 20 minutes. So find a
Okay, so
good place.
It will be a bit of break.
Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to have the jury sitting there for all of this. So find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just need the TV on. Judge.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is under the balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna we say solemnemente Ante Radit Letecia Stauch Maria se meda sana in conversano vetera desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw this examples.
As a now like a confessor. I, Maria, confesso, we don't know what he's confessing to.
I know I just told you it says foundation and that I don't know what to.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I just figured it was that, just to be different in Spanish because of the way it's written back here in Cuba.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was not Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. Yeah.
We would be once. They did.
Some Portuguese. That's what I seem to be like.
People Maria, then Sana. Maria isn't, that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Then Sana in conversano. Vetera son. Well, maybe kind these and photocopy flash. Because it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Lydia, AKA, where is Lydia? I don't know. I don't know. We say defending, something about defending. And for us to this is updated, I think it would be kind of a free. You take a lot of languages. Like saying French, so okay. And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not. I get by. So anybody here? No. I don't know. You were so nice. Olivia has been here for a while. She keeps going back to her husband, she not. And the wife didn't appear. She gets messed up. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys. She's like a young lady. The young like the man who used to live in her house. Yeah, it was. I don't know. Old she was getting in trouble when she. Let's go. Yeah. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, it could have been a player. Oh, I always looking it up. But, yeah. That's good, right? It's fun. Partners, I think from the mass, resting peace, right? That's better. But you believe that is a confession from Maria. Well, I was the one where I thought it was the O. Yeah, and couldn't guess. That's the other West. Says that. Well, because that's why I say the red, be, that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. That's something, other than that, that's why it's Spanish. Yeah, well, it's the romance, right, it's something, but it's from wrong. So I was thinking about Spanish, I figured out something. Do you think that Maria did it? Oh, I didn't. See, I remember. And just had little flashbacks or what are the flashbacks? Just remember blood. Yeah. And take from the appointment out to the cave. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave. Just remember seeing someone in my cave. I remember seeing someone in my cave. You remember seeing my elder baby crying. Have you maybe crying with them? Yeah, it's a lot. Really? See this, I just remember baby crying and seeing someone in my cave. This is an interview. So tell me about the person in the cave. So the person was in like a red and black cave. Yeah. How big a person? I recall. Yeah. Yeah, 6 foot. Man, was a man. A man. Tall. 6 feet. And say, I would songs. Well,
I just remember being in a road in a corner or something, I can't even find.
Was he in the corner or were you?
No, man was the cake in the corner.
The man was in the cake and
The cake was red and black.
I thought yesterday, I think we were what we said. Janet got up and was in the cake. Is that, I don't remember, Anthony, people?
No. No.
Josh, do you recall? Yesterday, I mean, I had thought that the picture was of Janet in a cake.
I realized even. I never wanted to begin.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah,
It was a man in a
Yeah.
cake who rose up. And where was Janet?
I don't know.
And it would help, if I talked directly with Maria, because she relates. And he could probably control it. She said, I thought. So that, yeah, it's been to this, people talking.
She would have never found.
She would do that. Or they, well, let's. I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of lunch? And I'm going to go through. If there's someone putting on, sure they all have the same put in. That's a really terrible. Really good.
No, they just always be.
Oh my God. Was, what,
It's a good spot to pause it. We pause it at 17:31.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please. You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Y'all, this is an absolute dumpster fire. Sorry, yes, I was muted, but I wasn't actually talking. I had to get over to the computer because I was on my phone and I had my phone in my pocket so that I could fold laundry, which I know is not a very professional way to run the stream, but I got stuff to do, and if I if I don't try to break it up just a little bit, I'm going to be backed up and I'll never get caught up. Okay, can we just talk for a second about the son in the dadgum room in the evaluation? What is happening there? That is highly inappropriate. Don't what is even going on? Are we just living lawless now? Like, what's happening? This makes no sense to me. I can't understand anything she's saying. I feel like they they recorded this audio with a tin can, 2 tin cans, and a piece of string. That's what it sounds like. Y'all ever done that when you were kids? Did you ever do the telephone game where you put 2 tin cans on the end of a string and you talk to it, but you got to pull the string real tight? Well, they hold the string real tight. I don't know what is happening. It's their audio. There's nothing I can do. It's not me, it's them. If it, So, yeah, they're like living lawless. I just, whew, it's too much. My can of string, my tin can of string was better than this too. I can't understand anything she's saying. I was listening to it with the closed captions on. The only thing that I could make out that I only knew that Letecia switched to Maria because she said something about trained to kill. And then I was like, oh, okay, now we must be seeing Maria. So then I was very intently watching, which was kind of hard to do because I kept squinting to see, to see if I could hear better. Reminds me of when I was a kid, my mom used to do this. She used to say, let me turn down the radio so I can figure out where I'm going, like, as if that would help. Oh my gosh, this was bad. And as for what Dr. Lewis says, I don't know about you guys, but I didn't hear. Oh, before I forget, I want to do something really quick, which you guys please just bear with me. But Christine G, that's me, has been here with me all the way through my intro journey. I'm really kind of proud of this one. And since she came in late, I just want to show her like a little tiny bit of it. Okay. Like a minute or so. Okay. And then I'll come back. All right. Hold on. Cause I want her to watch it. All right. Here we go. Just real quick. Like an intermission.
Who do you see fair?
Click.
She's not gonna decorate on Friday anymore. They wanted to decorate on Saturday. Sam was like, no, so we're just gonna do it all Friday.
Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. Hi, you guys. All right. There you go. That was that. I wish it was me singing Maxi Doodle. It doesn't sound like me at all. I checked 3 times, Christine G, that it wasn't subscribe in a different language. Thank you. Thank you guys. I'm glad you like it. Sorry, my youngest came in here and was telling me the new plan for prom, which is prom is still on, but I guess decorating, getting the nails done, and all of that stuff is, how it is. So they've changed plans, and she just wanted to let me know, and I'm like, quick, quick, quick. Yeah. Okay. So, what was I gonna say? They're bad, Trinity. I can't see or hear nothing at this point. I feel like I do feel like, where did I see this? Because I do want to address this that Casey said, because I do agree. I do think that in many ways her son is her assistant, because I know even in the documentary she would write handwritten what she wanted in the book, and he would type it, and she would frequently have to explain her notes because she'd want to move things around, change it around, and so she would write notes in the margins of the legal pad is what she was using, if I'm remembering correctly. And so it seemed to me like, yes, indeed, he did do a lot to take care of her. But this, I can understand him wanting to be at the prison because likely, he travels with her, he gets, he takes care of her. But I also think that when it comes to, we call it a caretaker in Texas and Florida too, uh, Christine. I mean, that's what we say. So I didn't want to go that far because I'm trying to keep it above board, but that's where I was well, that's where I was going. I feel like but I feel like when it comes to an evaluation like this, what should have happened was he should have dropped her off at the prison and sat in the parking lot or in the prison or jail. I shouldn't even say prison because she's not in prison, but the jail parking lot or the jail waiting room or something, because it's very unprofessional and inappropriate for him to have been in that room while this evaluation was going on. And the other problem that I had with that is Mr. Tellini, who I now call Tortellini, because every time I try to spell out um, Tellini, it wants to autocorrect to Tortellini, and then I second guess it, and then my autocorrect spells Tortellini wrong as well. So it's bad news bears all around. So she and I think also today she is probably particularly jumbled because I don't think that I've ever actually had food poisoning, knock on wood, hold on. But I do know people that have, and you're really sick and you're really weak, and she's doing really well actually, but I think it's left her a little flustered. Um Yes, Tony, she absolutely did say. So he asked her initially, Dr. Lewis, did you write this report? And she said, yes. And I can't remember how they got on to the subject of well, I know what she explained. She said, I hand wrote my initial impressions. It was just sort of a rough draft. And I sent it over to the defense attorneys and they typed it. So, yeah. Because in between that explanation, it came out that she sends them off to be typed, but she has no recollection of who types them. That's how it happened. So I do not think that food poisoning is all of the problem, but you think so, Jenny? You think she's faking? Wow. I mean, it might. What was I going to say? Okay, hold on. Okay, Delaney. I think that the judge is thinking that this is going to be hella problematic later down the road. We have got a situation where it appears that Dr. Lewis has not been forthcoming with all of the items that she used to write her report. And that's not how this works. And, you have to be transparent. And the fact is, she was provided with all of the items from Letecia's other competency and her other sanity evaluation. And the fact of the matter is, she should have reciprocated, and that's just the way that it goes. That's the proper protocol. That's what you do. And I think this is going to be hella problematic down the road, but not in terms of, I'm not exactly sure how this is an excellent, and I cannot wait to hear what Chris has to say about all of this tomorrow. So I know that this is a big ask, you guys. Um, I am I am incredibly curious. I just need to hear what Chris has to say about all of this. And I know that Crime Curious usually schedules her Thursday evenings for like 7 7 our time, 7 East Coast, Eastern Standard Time. So I am whatever Allie and I will be here on this channel Thursday evening to recap Valo. And I'm going to schedule around Crime Curious because that's how much I need to hear what Chris says. I have got to know what he is thinking, almost to like in excruciating.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present. It's planned just to continue with video.
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions on the video.
And how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes. 17:31. An hour and 20 minutes or so. My math is terrible. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay,
Aaron,
Crime
of course,
Curious.
talked about maybe going a little bit later today. If we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be the acceptable report.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
one of them may
absolutely.
be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right.
Yes.
So,
She said good.
okay. So, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me.
Okay.
So,
Yeah,
all right, let's go
another
ahead and bring the
hour
jury
and a
in.
half. So probably what will end up happening is, thank you, Nonstop Mom. Probably what will end up happening is
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
I will probably go at 9:30. Because I really, really, really want to hear what he has to say. And I know that you guys do too. And I just, yeah. Yes, it's another hour. And the thing of it is, what's unfortunate about this is that I'm sure that the audio
All rise for the
inside
jury,
the
please.
courtroom is far clearer, and it's just not coming out great through WebEx. It would be better if there was like a regular, feed. If the judge had allowed like just one camera to be in the room, it would have been. Yeah, it does sound like they might go late today. So
Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People that Letecia Stauch, record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Yeah, we'll start the video at 17:31.
Yeah, the home lawyer just say really bad. They let the sideburns on it, but he let the sideburns on it. And he had that sit down on that. But. And. So. Marie? Marie?
oh, nonstop, Mom. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
What?
All right, I'll turn it off for you. Absolutely. There you go.
What do you see?
Oh, goodness gracious, crime curious. That would be amazing because this is terrible.
Did they go? Marie, I think it's time for me.
All right, I'm going to mute.
Which story is letter? Yeah. I don't. Yeah. Marie. Tell me that. In Marie too. And what Lana just said. And what is it? How many? What does it mean? Kind of funny. It's really. It's. Just. And you want they when you want you should read that. No, just the. Four, four up here. You see my hand? What do you want from me? I want you to tell me what it's meant. Can you translate? Of course I can. Okay. Can you translate? Would you translate it for me? Yes. There's, you know, I don't know, to, or just the one that I don't know, to, and also right to. And when they, what's here, and what's it, to this, for the universe. I'm going to, yeah, what is it here? I voluntarily. Self-defense. Self-defense, yeah. I confess, in self-defense, what did you do? You me. I had the impression that we don't want Letecia to be playing for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than she. Maybe it was it's only for who is her name or what is her? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? He just wondered whether the is on the president of the school, or harmony was arrested, harmony was left. And how will lose her? Initial tenure. And who will list her? And who's it in that? Pardon? Leticia's dad. Leticia's dad will list her. That is perspective. Respecting. Well, let's be harmony. As of yet. Leticia. And who's harmony something? I think it's just yeah, just for the words of the mother. Then you said already is a day. She's 10 years old and she's molested by her step. Again, was not. And again, was by stepmother. By who? Which who, like molested Gavin and Harmony. I think I understand molested Gavin and Harmony. And Harmony is 10 years old. When was Gavin molested? And he was 10 years old. And what's like I don't know. How do you know that's where you know Letecia told? How did she know? And she wasn't going to help. She was going to handle it herself. Letecia, yes. She's demanding, so. Oh, she did. Like killing proceeded. It's all about like just kind of putting two and two together. Torturing Michael. She's been with herself. I'm confused. Where's like, what is like that? I didn't understand. You don't know it's me, but you know his first name is like this. And he bothered me. How did you? Did I bother him? I thought you said that he left it wrong. No, he spelled that into the thing. I thought that it was the same one. No, who was someone extended? James. Oh, my James. You want molested. It's easier to see. Tell me about the truth. I did not go to God. Pardon me? I did not go to God. You didn't go to God. I thought that you after Janet died. You said you were the one who shot. I did not go to God. Why? Because why would I go to God? To sorry? Because Letecia went with again after you died. I had a spoke to you. What work did you do? What labor? I was doing the jobs. Like what? Taking care of other people. Really getting rid of them. You know what? What? You got out of money. But really, I think a lot of money. I really do. I'm money laundering. How do you walk away? Through what? I can tell you. You've seen this. Have you ever killed anyone? In Mexico? Yeah, we have. That's not enough matter. Who? Someone who was going to Letecia. Who is someone who was going to Letecia. Hold him. Hurt him. What is it? John was going to help him out, and John was going to. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, happened. Not too many to that. The dollar. Do you have family? I don't need them. Did you remove them? They all died. Really? You should know this. What? You think I would go around with 50 people voting in without having a backstory? What's that story? You don't say. Question. So, why did Letecia take and out? She did not. How much she did? No, she did not. What makes you say? Because I know. I mean, you don't know. But I mean, you don't know. As I understand it, was down there. I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. Well, that to me, you're not wrong. But you do not know. No. Do you know? I know a lot of people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Ian's spot? She did not do that. Who did? Did you? No, a lot of people, like I said. Or I know a lot of people, like I said. So did you get something? So you got something to like I said, I know. Tell me, after Gannon was found, how did it's considered getting into what's a kid? How did you manage her? She tried to get her to the hospital. For him, she was not small. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Really? Was he ever there when you tried? Of course, Lena was there. And what did Lena do? She helped her into the bar. What are they called? No, she was leaving. She was what? She was a child. They grew up. No, not a picture. When she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when you were shot. Oh, I'm saying. She stayed asleep. It's my understanding. It's you. That you shot the man with the cave. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be that? Not really. How did it happen there? How did it turn out again? Later on, it was fine. But it was supposed to be. I didn't get it. I had to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was scanned, figure out how to do it. To call some friends, for the puppies and some moms, figure it out, you know. So there were two people. No, I had to call some friends to help me out, you know. To call some friends to help me out to do what? To get the body. But we're the man in the cave. We don't have a man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not. It was again. But after the procedures. Do you have any idea why? Yeah. In your recollection, you were at the time, seemed to be a man in a cape. I don't know. That's wonderful. Just like you figure out the news. Here, Letecia showed that Gavin was on that blanket. Do you see? See, Gavin on the blanket. Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man? There could be a possibility, but to be was a cape. What? But to be was a cape. Yeah, but I was trying to wonder if it's that it turned out to be Gavin. And you meant to only shoot a man with a cape. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going to farm, but he's here at the burgers. And then I was thinking, while the man be in her house with Kate. No, do you allow any normal interview? I think that the person had a man with a Kate, or she moved her down to normal. That I didn't know, probably well, I know. I do different things, I either. Even he was shooting last night. Correct. Special training. In my past. Who were you in your past life? I already told you, I can't tell you about my family. And that would tell me, she told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Candy to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I have to Letecia first. You have to. Contact Letecia first. Yes. That's not a long job. So if somebody were to tell me that Letecia was someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida, would not be protected for that. Getting rid of them. I cannot be very trouble. The protector first. Yeah.
associate. If you don't have a motion to evidence. I think we take a motion. Doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not gonna cry for So whatever. What is going to do? But then they did it.
How do you feel about talking with me?
Are you,
Am I what?
are you a director?
Oh, what?
A director?
Dirt? So,
Correct.
a threat,
You're a director.
this. Yeah. I do my best to help, because,
So, and then,
but,
if I had emotions,
yeah,
I can cry.
you can't,
Cry,
you lose your power.
so if bad is myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy. That's how.
Can Letecia, well,
Sometimes. She tried to come home and she cannot, but
when did you first come to Letecia?
a very long,
How old was she?
being there was maybe 16, 15, 16,
It's not that long ago.
he's pretty old.
What was going on with her when you came?
She doesn't have to listen.
Pardon me?
She doesn't have to listen.
That doesn't quite explain why you came.
She puts herself in a lot of trouble.
Well, everything came on if you were yourself into my
She doesn't bad, but
yeah, and what you do,
they don't have to communicate effectively.
yeah.
Gets herself involved in problems she should be involved in. She's stubborn.
What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that? To her people? You sizing me up? Interesting.
You don't really know,
I don't know what,
you don't really know what's going on.
no, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by then. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that
Do you really know why she doesn't like drugs?
why she,
You do really know why she doesn't like drugs?
why she does?
Why she doesn't like drugs?
Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? I don't like it. Why doesn't she like drugs?
Because her stepdad trying to start selling them drugs.
Yeah. Selling her.
Selling her for drugs,
Oh, she,
which is,
now who's it? James the Jackets was selling her.
they tried to, but it did not succeed. That's right.
What was that, Andrew?
He was making her drive around the car and getting drugs. For him, to try to get her to spam in her drugs. Is that he was,
Did she not do? Did she?
no, she did not.
Did she?
She didn't know how to have it board.
She hit him with a board. Who?
James,
Um, when you saw that boy, when the man was with the cake, he had a hole at the top of his head. What I was wondering is if you were anything mistaken or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something.
He hit his head on the road,
He hit his head on what?
on the road.
On the floor? I don't think you've seen the
Picture of that day. He hit his head on the road. There was a baseboard in the floor and the wood.
you have to jump up something.
It was on the floor. There was baseboard sticking out on the floor. Doesn't mean hit his head. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseboard on the floor.
That's it.
Okay, let's just go back.
Let's get the picture. He hit his head on top of this guy.
I don't know if it's all that is.
He was like, oh, you got me.
That's all it means.
So James was trying to sell Letecia. Which was a team. What would you do?
You know, down cocaine.
Yeah.
And she was driving around with the cocaine.
He didn't go on either.
Which is right. There's kids in the family.
Food. Yeah.
There's babies in the back.
What are you thinking? Well, that's,
She has siblings.
so,
She has siblings.
to them, so
Then she has siblings in the back.
she's siblings, and she didn't work.
Julie.
How old is she?
I don't remember how she was. I wasn't there since the time.
How long did she have to? What's to do this son? Change.
For the year.
And then,
You know, the board.
and so
She beat him with the board and he found.
she beat James's board. Where,
In his home. He's with.
when, did you do?
No, she was a me. He didn't know anymore.
Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because it didn't do it anymore.
Is that reasonable doubt can come from evidence or lack of evidence. And it's any reasonable doubt. Any one of these things would be a reasonable doubt. And any piece of evidence you're missing would be a reasonable doubt. And I want to sort of equate
What
this to
just
something
happened?
that we heard about during this trial. And that's the scientific method. Who's successful is because we don't guess. Anyone who has one of these should be amazed at what science can do.
Hold on, you guys. They messed up the feed. Hold on. I mean, I'm living for this gentleman's passion, but holy moly, what happened here? I didn't do it. You Long Crime did it. Hold on, let me see if I can fix if they fixed it yet. Hold on. Give me a sec. All right, hold on. I'm going to show you guys exactly what it looks like. Watch. It's Law and Crime. I don't know what their deal is. All right, hold on. All right, look. All right, watch. See? Now it's back. That was crazy for a second.
You can see it.
Here you guys go.
To Florida. And then after she got her suitcase, and she did not do that. I already told you, I had someone else to do that. Well, whoever. But it was put again in her suitcase and kept him there, and then went down to Florida, Arkansas. And he just him off the side. Fall, bridges.
Thank you for the Cash App. That was so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that very much. Thank you very much.
One time, I recorded, but I think he knew that she wasn't aware. But she was down in Florida. Of course she was. So what was he doing?
Long Crime was like, "F this, I'm out." She broke the WebEx, y'all. I'm telling you, demons.
I don't know who we must go back on. Do you think she'll tell me? I don't know, maybe if you let her, then he would be better. What would you get away from? I mean, that's good. And women. And if he was in his everyone, he was the worst of us. Since she's been to Florida. Yes. You know, you think you don't have any works. I just like to see if you know about what happened to get. Ever prevented was that every day that you stop. And he wants to give us because of what happened every day. Oh my. You got the questions about the company. So she's so different, isn't she? There's multiple things. Multiple things in all of what it is. Does it mean that I had any hard was for head open? If she does, fill us in. Would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and not? Or something, anything? Is a whole bunch. How is it she driving? That was saying, I feel the kind of was I think. Rising in. The boys are the here. And. What happens? Did they find it? No, they didn't even. Pardon? I don't think they found him. Another related, they tell. No, they did not snitch. It's probably.
Should I jump off the top there?
To jump over time too.
Yes.
And what happened?
I think. And what you jump? Would you just do it down a little bit? Where did you, I screwed it down a step.
Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? It would end.
Why would you think so, man? You have someone like me who doesn't care, don't care what other people, this is for the good. You have someone like her,
But she thinks that she did it. Right?
you have someone like her who don't work.
Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe that, well, here, having it. How do you do it?
I was driving to run, that was someone else's hand.
Yeah.
And it went off. Someone really good shoot on.
You, oh,
Perfect. I did the kill. But I was looking back at shots.
well, you feel plus, there's another cake was, yeah, it's not, but it,
My first thought was to get rid of the bottom.
and so,
My first thought is to get rid of the bottom.
the shivers are correct. So,
And incorporating.
it's a day.
I don't need my social life. I don't carry my social life, cinch on my socials. And probably. So, so did the past too, you know.
I think you read a lot.
No, I don't read it all.
You don't read it a lot. So where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I didn't.
And I'm not trying to rush over them. Long kind of road.
Different life. How many months?
Here's a profession we should come out.
Are you?
Um,
Yeah. You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, something like you seem to care about Letecia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty wrong.
No, it's very rarely.
But this is pretty serious.
What are my odds? They're very, very slim.
What else?
Usually I'm never called for any things.
Well, in this case, she gets the blame. That's perhaps why we don't get caught, because someone takes the blame.
But I always take over her. You think the times that I take over her and I rescue her versus the time that I made a mistake, they outweigh.
You take over her. And
The good outweighs the bad, and
what if you tell me the good parts? You take it over her. And that's really the whole thing.
from the very beginning, when I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, what does that matter? I may have special powers, but I'm not perfect.
Was the outfit? Oh, I mean, this is a.
Okay, do you think I had to make a mistake?
I think
Do you think I had to make a mistake?
you, what they
Today I believe it when I make a mistake. No. I can't understand for everything. I have believed it when I make a mistake. Yes. Do I like believing when I
We like everything, do you? No. So what do you do yourself?
try harder this time?
But you say that the good you've done for yourself. Okay. When she was in, what did you do?
I didn't start helping her until she's old.
And
I didn't start helping her until she was old.
how was she still
A teenager.
and where did you do her?
I took her from James.
And how did you do that?
He could hurt her in the pool one time when she could not swim.
And so
He threw her in the pool when she could not swim.
you threw her a bullet, she was slim.
She could swim really, really good, but she had cracks. Leg cracks.
Yes.
I saved her.
How do you say that?
Or her leg, oh well, she was broke.
Did you? And he threw her a bullet. Tell me, where does anyone else know about this? Like the book?
Happened in Georgetown, South Carolina.
Who was there?
Was at Miss Pearl's house.
And
Brenda went there to Pearl's house.
I'm sorry,
Brenda went to Pearl's house.
I,
Brenda,
Brenda, we all went. I don't know Brenda.
I don't know him.
I don't think so, was Brenda.
She's kind of losing Seattle.
She's what?
Kind of losing Seattle.
She tells her. Does she sometimes take over?
No, Brenda's family.
Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's for, the teacher's aide.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful.
He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl.
And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she's from.
Her.
And it was for James.
Her.
So, it's like,
Maybe ask to speak to Pearl.
can you do that? You know Pearl? Or you
We
know?
don't know.
Where,
I don't know.
we don't know what you do.
Okay.
I can ask Grace.
And
She lives in Georgetown.
so they have a house, what you do?
Stay there.
They do.
He laughed, but it's funny.
Then he's crazy.
He's dead, right?
So he was great.
Of course.
What else did you know?
They're in the car and tried to kill herself.
When was that? Was that? Tell me about the car.
She tried to kill herself and she learned how to get a breathe.
And did you do anything to help? What did you do?
After we found the car,
Get out of it?
Carl to safety.
What do you do when she wants to kill herself?
She's been fighting that she was live.
So she tried to kill herself and
She thought she saw him in the car.
she thought,
She saw her ex-husband in the car.
was he the car?
She thought she already saw him.
Really?
So she told him that
Who knows her? About her, she's very little before you came. Who's about her? Does anyone know her? This is it. I don't know. She has friends, but I have friends, so she doesn't. Why did you say that? Because she did not have any. She did not have everything. She didn't have a weapon. Maybe no one might remember. But you have other info. Yeah. Yeah. And you? I didn't think that. Of what? I think I. Ready for the other now, tell me. Did you kill him? No. But not like action. Sounded fun. So you have lots of secrets. It's kind of understanding. You know, this time, look, Letecia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in. I'm so predictable. How would you pretend? So we must hurt her or something. And so, what's not trying to work for us to protect her? And how do you protect her from taking the lead in all of this? That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain. Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from? Yes. What about the pain? I can control that. It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? Or, no. Think about it. It's a pretty good call. Yes, these people here, they have any questions. I don't answer to them. Let me see the last. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
To move the people that helped get in the Florida,
That helped.
who, that, how did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that? Special right. What is the question? Who helped Gannon get to Florida? I called them from that, he told you. With them. I called them friends, he told you. Well, I remember they asked me. And then she went up to Seth Rowan. Who is she? TC. I told you my involvement in this.
See, I find that to
I
be
mean, what do you
completely
involved in this?
problematic,
And I can
asking
tell you what
about
involved.
the,
Why? This is
having the
involved.
attorney ask any questions. That's very, very
Well,
problematic.
it's pretty already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to explain who was involved.
Well, how they make them? Taking them with that.
That has something to do with it.
Because they may charge Harley, they're still thinking of charging Harley.
How do you feel about it, Carl? That's what it is with me now. I'm just asking you how you feel about it. Except as you see, even from Harley. Excuse me, even from Harley. I don't visit Carly if she needs me to, but I want to live with Letecia. You would protect her from her. Why did someone toss her out of the car? You want what was it? Unwise that. There wasn't trying to false him out. I never said that.
They were not trying to pass them out. What were we doing? What do you think? Seems to fall out. So we were not. They were not trying to pass them out. But we went. So you wanted to think you were going to say what the person told me? You know, that I have that for.
Look at Allie. 92 watching, 91 likes. Who's that one? Oh boy. I can, the audio's a little bit better now.
To get rid of the bottom. Yeah. There you go. With it. For money,
Thank you for joining memberships, Mrs. General. I appreciate that. Welcome to the ward. Great to have you.
The money didn't come out. So, like I said, I'm not getting names, so the money did not come out. So, as far as you know, she went to Florida to help other people. She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the land. She was not in her right mind. What kind of stay with you? I don't know how to control it. Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind. Because I told her to do something and she did not know. Would you tell her? She was supposed to meet the guy to get the money. Yeah. And she did not know that. What did she do instead? She was trying to be driving wrong routes. It was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need the right place. Okay. It's the wrong route. Correct. Yeah. So it was.
No head spinning, a human, just a really bad, awful,
You made the deal in there.
accent.
But
I do
still,
too. Thank you guys. I love the likes. Woohoo!
I just told you, she did not need the people. People are here.
It really would, a human being. I find this performance
Somebody tossed the
lackluster.
body out of the car. Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money. If they tossed the body.
Well done,
yes, she
Christine
never had the
G. That's
body.
a me.
Maybe she did. She did not take the bodies and brought down. Who took the body? Or you just asking this question. Yeah, they're not accepting the truth. Well, confused. Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she found it stupid. But there is no thing, there is no evidence of her having bodies there. Wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase was it had been, that's not evidence of her having a body from her missing time. No.
Suitcase with the body according to Harlan was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harlan says.
Well, I don't know what this is.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not dig it. I'm trying to tell you. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
And again, you know, like that's fine.
I don't know why.
No, they cuts.
There was no bill.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me here. She doesn't know. I mean, it's something personal. I don't know anything about this. I don't know about this.
That's a cut.
So there's stuff that even you don't know. I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't know. No. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
Why are you looking up at the border?
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot them? Are you looking up? When you shot them? Did you know that? Are you looking up? I'm hoping that one. When you look at it, you did not. Correct.
Yeah. Let's. Did you think it's the devil? No, and I know words, and then straight right and keep the answer you wrote out, yeah, so the one was like foot. Yeah. But person to know identity. No, no. How did you feel when you realized it again? I told you I did not know it was, I know that I recognized it. And I told you I did not have emotions to know what I did. I don't know what it's saying. But sure, no, I think they can do that. I don't think it's. One of the feelings that I have that I want. I don't have feelings about that. I didn't say nothing. I'm sorry that it happened for Letecia. Well, because of your. And if she's upset, I'm upset. You go. She's upset, you know. It's subjective. Underneath that, try to put the, it's fine. You do.
Hey, Allie.
You acted.
Bop,
And you're
bop,
so good
bop,
at scaring
doo,
them.
wah, doo, wah, da, da, doo. That's all I remember. Yeah,
I
yeah.
think that it would feel better when that things happen to Letecia. Yeah. Maybe. Yeah. It's good stuff. Yeah. It's good stuff. Do you know anyone who knows,
I kind of don't think that
why they
Mr.
and
Tortellini believes
who helped carry
this, but I
Do you
think
know
he's
anyone
trying
who
his
helped
best to
you?
advocate for his client in this moment. So,
No, why didn't I brought it? I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't. Because of these people, but I mean, you know, who, like, who helped carry.
yeah, we did.
You did.
Crisscross will make you jump, jump. The Mac Dad will make you jump, jump. A Daddy Mac will make you
She already told you
ha
that
ha
she wasn't
ha,
gonna
because
have
I'm
it
just so
all.
glad.
She don't even want you. You don't understand. She don't
Ah,
know
thank
how
you,
old
Day
the people
Tripper.
are.
Welcome to the
You
board.
don't understand
Thank
how
you for
serious
joining
that is. You think
memberships.
this is a
Yay.
joke? Don't look at this thing. It's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That isn't, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is. You mean they would kill me? You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get this. Can you tell me what's in Letecia family? Who involved with research? What's not family? What is falling in people among friends? Do you think she went around a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? Do you think it was legal? And that's how she got off, right? Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to stand here and talk with us? No. Okay. Okay.
I'm not 100% in love with that disrespectful ass tone, Maria.
Shouldn't the bad things, the bad people, to good people, bad people, not those. Hello. I should work. Somebody not going to explain to you. Yeah. Not gonna definitely tell you that. Most of the people die. No. That's a part of the piece that you cannot ever know. Because someday do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that you guys live in a perfect world and it's kind of big time.
And live in a perfect world, it's not really, I don't think beings, these are stupid.
But you're saying that there are very
This
powerful.
is kind of how I feel like too. Yeah, I carried a watermelon.
When it comes to that. If you answer the what you want in the world. I
Right,
would never give you answers.
Lainey? This bitch.
Cannot.
Well, we don't really like to know. A lot of we just want to know how.
I think it's Russian. It's a little Spanish, a little
Uh-huh.
Russian. It's
Okay.
not either one of them really.
Who was 60? Sounds strong to do all that. So, what's the
Because I'm strong enough.
feeling about it?
Maria has enough power, you not see me. Can I see the muscles I have?
So they're saying that you could.
I can do anything.
Do you have any other questions about this?
Do you know anybody who could help without getting that cut?
Whatever this calls out. Okay.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back. You don't know patient has a back pain?
No,
You promise.
absolutely.
He had enough in his head. And I didn't know it was him. I was okay. But it's not moving the name. If I did the last one, that's why I want to say this. It was in the back pain. You won't believe it back.
You say here,
Yes.
what kind
So,
of equipment?
stay
The kitchen knife?
Yes.
How did you get it?
I don't know, but I didn't know here inside.
Uh,
It's her name, it's her was in it. I was down to
How do you do this?
started stuff doing this. Going to God, southeast.
You pulled it with the gun and then
We're all the way to God, southeast moving on. She's on killing.
what you did with the gun. You dropped it out and it was ever found.
I don't know, but that
Do you know? Was it that?
was probably the picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him, he was on the month and a half.
Had they noticed one, we would, but I hope they noticed one. Blood on the, probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who could have worked that?
Everyone. Because if the other guy said it was coming. And she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, we'll figure it out. It's not real. This thing really happened. If we just clean it all up, this thing really happened. She don't have to just fix it, make everything back to be the way it was, nothing that was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
And she was trying to take him to the hospital, and Lena was picking up his body, and go to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead, that's what it's doing. Lena,
later, is that right?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
It was really that fact.
I was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It was trying to get him to breathe. They had out, because could not breathe.
She was,
They didn't seem to take it off.
so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No. No, we got it.
Or did you, when you shot the gun, who did
There
you?
was Irish.
I think they're going to be very quick. I would have guessed that they would be longer, but since the prosecution has been a lamb and played this, I think it's going to be even shorter now.
Could have been a monster.
Yeah, where's the sparkly vampire? She's at her jail.
James.
Why don't you buzz them in, Letecia?
Big Harmony.
Pardon?
Big Harmony.
I still don't understand.
Harvard thought James,
What,
did Harvey come out?
That's the big times for me.
the baby from,
It's Harmony.
Did Harvey get in with anything?
Shit, I don't know.
so
Nobody. Nobody.
But then with Harvey trying to hurt James.
but he was a little baby.
She's 10.
Nobody was trying. I have a question, like, see, you know, I don't know, but, as you were. Would you ever hear?
Well, we don't know that, AJ. Letecia said that she will reserve her decision about whether she's going to testify until after Dr. Lewis is done. So we'll see.
The reason I'm asking is, it is very, very, very common for someone who extends from all things that Letecia so, because they usually start. Much of their lives, they hear a baby, sometimes will, I think you saw, you know, if he referred to baby, but he was always brought in the energy. But very early on, toward river time here, they and it seems to me so. Have I never heard the name Harmony? What
Can we talk about him?
what
Can we talk about him?
You have to ask Letecia.
people, where you go back to, New City, where you,
It's going to be so random.
where did
It's going to be so random.
you?
No, it's going to be so random.
Why would you do that?
You know what? I'm not going to tell you that. Yeah, and I should not want me to tell you because she doesn't want me to be treated as badly.
You must have felt you needed it. And indeed, he did.
Why did he have a note?
So Travis got the night when he didn't get his phone. Do you reckon she's over?
Would it recommend he was gonna burn me?
No, he would say he's something. He's something else. Even this, the guy is for that.
For the man.
And then he's about a month ago, I said, I didn't know for it. It's from last week. So she didn't want anyone to know about it. She didn't want anyone to know it's all good is that she will be made else. I didn't know, I think it was bad, it was not bad. Feeling is what happened.
I can't,
It's my only is regular thing. Spanish practice just to grab a weapon. It's not.
Her attorneys probably did tell her that, but I mean, if they, I don't know, this is a
What is
mess.
this?
I can't even believe this.
She did not put the mark on him. No, she never harmed him.
You're minutes. What is this thing like
To be able to share.
Stop the tape. It's the time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV up? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again. Correct?
I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated. For someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not
Sorry, I was
see
yelling and
or
nobody
hear
could hear
Mr.
me. Put the
Cellini?
doctor on the
I had
mic.
to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. But who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, I can't see them. Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or and either blind or
Oh, Lainey, don't you worry about that. I just appreciate each and
And then she
every
was on
one
it,
for being
somehow
here, whether
cured and
they're
could see him and answer
members
questions, no
or
problem.
not. We just love having you here.
It is well
It's fluid.
described literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
Simply wondering, what did you?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I am not looking for evidence of anything. I understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated again, so that she harmed her in any way that I could find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening things, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was neither here nor there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her head.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct, that she, something about what had happened there that is psychologically, I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it
Jackass
turns
James,
to
Mr. Prosecutor.
self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not
The
sure.
theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder, okay?
No.
You can't explain,
no,
doctor,
that
you
is not
cannot.
my theory. Do not,
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
yes, my theory, again, ill, and that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
He read the autopsy report. You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've many cases where children have.
There are only two people in the, there were only
excessive amounts of
3 people in the
poisonous
house.
things in
Gannon,
them.
Lena,
But
and
there's many
Letecia.
different reasons why.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this
Oh,
witness.
damn.
Try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you? We're not gonna rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you, as far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG. That was at that point in time, then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something that I was going to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Me relating that to you.
I'm gonna
What I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court refused.
Sustained.
I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. The district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Miss Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever?
I'm sorry, but what rational sense
If
is there
the
to killing an
definition
11-year-old
of
boy?
insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last kind of part of a long 3 days of interviewing Ms. Stauch. Correct? Had I expressed my frustration that she wouldn't account for taking Gannon to Florida, or she wouldn't account for the stab wounds?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what Mr. Sweeney was thinking.
Had I expressed
Well, no,
that to you?
He said expressed, so I think,
Well, then it's hearsay.
well, can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I have seen it.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm gonna object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it? In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any, or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened.
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Don't allow it.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. difference in ability to way or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred? Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, 40, yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Or in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we need to know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're following.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand
Oh
about your
my
diagnosis?
God. Sorry.
That, what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that, oh, this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality. That
Yay, Tony!
it has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual. They're very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it. But in some psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli. Stimuli that by and large are typical of her, but not stimuli that the rest of us receive.
I have an objection based on that last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of her, so that it's stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental
She is
illness,
perked up. Let's
would
see.
it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer that. It's easy not to be aware of it. To be aware of the trauma dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible. But just to say not to be aware of it. For certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
All right. Do any of the jurors have any?
Oh, I forgot about this
We
part.
have passed all of them forward. And,
All of
retrieve
them.
those and council approach, please.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to mute really quick. Okay. I am so intrigued as to what the jury is going to ask because they're going to be asking Dr. Lewis. Hey, Sonny. I forgot what I was going to tell you guys. Don't leave because we are due some levity after all of this. And I'm going to play the koala video. You cannot miss the koala video. You cannot. You'll have regrets till the end of your days if you miss it. And you never know. Maybe I'll get petty and edit it out at the end of the video. So if you didn't catch it live, you can't catch it at all. Can you imagine if I was like that? Yeah, we are. Come on, man. Give me just a sec. How did I know it would be you, Nonstop Mom, that was thinking that? How did I know? I don't know what they're allowed, honestly, Delaney, as far as, I guess one question each. I'm not sure. I'm not sure at all. But they've got Dr. Lewis good and mic'd up, so we should be able to hear everything. So while I was listening to the exchange between Dr. Lewis and Letecia, something occurred to me. Remember how I was talking earlier about the way in which Dr. Lewis, her style of interview, if you will? It occurred to me that she her style in not only the interview, but also in her testimony, and I think this is why we're having a difficult time with her. Because why can we not hear her? Oh, hold on. Why is there no audio? Ermager. There's no audio. There's nothing I can do about it. The courtroom mic is muted. Ugh. No, Delaney, I don't think that they won't let us hear. I think this is a accident by the court. I think he forgot to unmute the mic. Shoot. Hold on a sec. Okay. Yes, accidentally. So when the judge says just before it got muted, pass those to the bailiff goes and collects them. The bailiff hands the questions to the judge. Then the judge says for the counsel to approach. And once he's done saying, can the counsel approach, he mutes the audio to the courtroom because we're not supposed to hear that. Okay. And he mutes it because they're mic'd. So it's really for the jury not to hear what they're discussing. So they look through the questions, and then the judge decides which questions can be asked. And so he reads the questions that are allowed in. He reads them to the witness, and the witness answers. But in this situation, no audio. Come on, Your Honor. Push the button. Push the button. This is terrible. We've been waiting all day for this. Anyway, what I was trying to say earlier is that Dr. Lewis testifies in a manner that you would speak if you are doing a study and you are defending your conclusions. That's how she speaks. Like when she says, and then it occurred to me, I need to know what they're asking too. I know, Crime Curious. We're all over here like this is the part we waited for all day. All that had to happen is the unmute, and then boom. Well, they always mute when there's a bench conference. So whenever whenever there's a bench conference, they mute because they don't want the jury to hear. And just in case any of the jurors, because there's no way for the jury, there's no way for anybody to find out if the jurors watch YouTube. There's no way. They're not sequestered. So in theory, the jury could potentially, or a juror could potentially go on YouTube. And if it's not muted, then they're hearing the arguments, and that could impact in some way their decision. So it's out of an abundance of caution. This is terrible. Absolutely terrible. I know the press in there is loving this because now they get to report. You know they love it when they can undermine a YouTuber. Ugh. Hold on. Oh, no, I think this is 100% on accident, Tess Mac. I think, look, it's been a long, long day. The judge is tired. He's probably frustrated. There's been a lot of hijinks. I wonder if there's a setting that I can do over here. Let me see. Hold on. Let me click this. Hold on. This is terrible. What's this do? I'm sure people are calling the courthouse. As Hockett. Accidentally on purpose. All right, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to stop sharing this screen, but I'll be able to hear if they do fix it, and I'll put us right back, okay? All right, and then I'm going to share this because let's be honest, at this point, we absolutely need this. All right, hang on. Are y'all ready? Here we go. This is the funniest shit I've ever seen. Okay, here we go. Why is that one being an a-hole? Look, up in the tree, and that little tiny one. I know. Poor little guy. totally having
Yeah,
a temper
little thing.
tantrum,
Come
stops
down
to
the
listen to
tree.
somebody talking.
You can come to our tree. Poor little thing.
Look, she's like, I don't want your tree.
You
I
can
want
your
my tree. I
tree.
had that tree. I was there first.
You're a meanie.
Yeah, you bully. Look at you up there. Now he's still trying to be mean. Oh! Ay, ay, ay! Did you hear that? Look at her little arms. She's so upset. Ah! I know. Oh. How dare you, sir? It's the arms for me. That's what gets me every time is the arms like flailing, up. Bruh, let me see what's happening over here. Dorothy is still talking and ain't nobody can hear it. Yep, can't nobody hear it, y'all. Bruh. All right, well, I guess we'll have to wait until we find out what happened. This is very, very disappointing. I guess we'll just, wait until tomorrow. We'll figure it out. We will find out what happened. All right, you guys. Thank you all so much for being here. We are going to be live we will be. Allie and I will be live together over on Alex Erickson's channel at in about 30 minutes, 30, 40 minutes. Excuse me, in about 40 minutes at 8 p.m. Eastern. Okie dokie. And we'll break all of this down. All right. Thank you all so much for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. And I will see you all later. Tomorrow, no court. So this is it until Friday. All right. Bye.